do do do. Kitty cat. Meow meow. Yeah, I forget what the thing is that I need for the ammo container. I think I need 70 bananas. And I can't remember if I have tomato crates or what. Right? I think somewhere I had a driver's saddle. Could have swore I had a driver's saddle. I think that maybe the tape bot shot it. Clams. You can boil them, saute them, fry them, fricassee. I think that's about it. Clams Casino. Clams on the half shell. Snails. The never-ending quest for component kits. The hell keeps putting blot or holes in my stuff? Like, what? It's gotta be the tape box. Just shooting stuff. You know, it might be the tape bots when they die. The potatoes that shoot out. I don't think that my stuff is just randomly decaying. I don't think that it's corruption in my files or my drive. Like, what the hell is going on? Those are holes and stuff. It's gotta be the tape box. Alright, so... yeah, it is a little frustrating to get only portions of the stack of a thing and like then have to go back through the inventory and resort one piece of dirt or 5 water. Like, it happens every time you do a run. Like, you spend more time trying to sort the inventory into the right spot than you do using the inventory. You know, I just want, like, I wonder, well, I mean, even that would be more difficult than shift clicking the stuff into the containers. But if I had, like, if I set up something where I could just go dump my inventory into stuff, but there's no sorting mechanism, there's no thing to differentiate between items. But what I was going to say was, if I take a vacuum pump and a chest and hook it up to a timer, you know, a self-looping clock, like, I could just throw all the items there. But I mean, that's more material and time than just opening the box and just shift-clicking the stuff into the box. I mean, it would also be less tedious of sticking all of this stuff here if the chests had more stuff in them. And I don't think that they do. Like, there's no scroll thing here, just making sure. In addition to, you didn't have to go get glue and clams every time that you needed to make a box. But then even that box would get full, and there's no way to sort the stuff between the boxes. Crap. And then you run into the possibility that the box that you have, like, has stuff in it, and you have, like, one beet, like in this case. You try to keep all your beets and stuff in one box, but you have one that has to go spill over into the other box, and then you have to keep that straight in your mind as to which thing that you put the stuff in. So now I got to sit here and think about, need one more controller. And I think I need 4 different sensors. What I'm doing right now is I'm designing a turret to mount these spud guns to, and trying to think of a system to control them so that I can rotate 360 degrees on all axis. Well, not all axis, not the roll axis, but you know, so I could sit here and go all the way like 180 down, 180 up, and 360 in a circle. And just because I can, I mean, and just because like I do kind of need it. And because I've never done it before. Where would I go about building this? I mean, I don't want to end up running out of space up here and then have to move it anyway. But I also don't want to be too far away from where... Yeah, so like right about here should be good. So... I guess I should do a full pole. So the seat is going to sit about here. I want the whole thing to rotate on a bearing here. And this supposedly, when I go forward, rotates a bearing, and when I go backward, it rotates a bearing. So I'm gonna need a control station. So I should probably, it's gonna fall off again. I mean, I guess I should just set up anything to get in the way of the stuff that I'm building. Because then it might clip on itself. Then I would have to move it. Alright, so this is going to be my control board here. Let's stick this controller over here. So I know that I'm going to need one that does that. If I control that to a controller, I mean, it's hooked up to the seat directly, but when I go left or oh, it's also not doing anything. So let's make this go 180 forward. So if I go forward, holy crap, it works. That's way easier than I thought it was gonna be. So there must be some order in which you connect the controllers that isn't listed. So maybe the next one is the S key, the backward key, and this only needs to go 90. Why did he get freaking air conditioner? Now I gotta go turn it down a little bit so it doesn't hit the... And as I get up to move to shut it off, it starts being quiet again. The Distraction Simulator. Ah, crap. So I need a second bearing hooked up to the first bearing. But see, that's not going to work either because... No, it'll work as long as I put the next block offset so that the seat doesn't clip. So I put the seat out here. It gets there and then falls over. So maybe it needs to be... Maybe it does need to be 180. Because it gets to that point and then stops, so... Would the next one be 90 and 45? Be 135, I think. Now the controllers, the way that they work is still weird. I mean, I don't want it to get to that point and then flop over like it's doing. I don't need to shoot backwards. Looks like it's going to do that no matter what I do. So let's just attempt to keep it simple. Both of these are connected. Let's edit this one. And now both of those controllers are fighting each other. And the S key is doing nothing. Okay, so I guess I don't really need it to go backward then. I mean, I do want it to kind of aim higher though, so I do need it to do that. Why is it not connected to the S key though? That is operating both controllers with. Oh crap. So I guess the S key just cancels the forward controller. So it doesn't look like I have an up angle. So I guess what I'll have to do is put that on a button. Or a switch, even. Beaveth. What is it doing? Did I not connect the right one? One is spinning. The front one is now going backwards. Okay, that works again. And it hits that point and then goes down fast. Okay, so that kind of works. And since I want it to rotate not around this pole, I'm gonna have to re-weld this to the bearing that rotates the whole thing. Crap. I mean, if I weld it to that, it's gonna make that rotate. It's gonna make that rotate and not this. So this whole thing has to be on an arm. So the seat has to go on afterward. So these work. I know they're disconnected from the seat now, but the bearing has to go here. And the seat has to go there. What the hell is going on? I think the controller is glitched. Because now it's going backwards when it's supposed to go forward. Ah, jeez. It could be that the bearing is set backward now, maybe. No, that isn't right because it was going forward when it was supposed to go forward. And here we go. I think that the bearing has some rotation on it already, which is the problem. And that's kind of frustrating, as I expected the whole camera to turn. And it doesn't. Now, why is the behavior being different than it was being? Now it's going to rotate too far now. These freaking controllers, man. I mean, and yet other people build crazy, like, mech suits and stuff with no problems with the controllers at all, and yet I can't make this work. You know what may have messed it up is when I re-welded it, it changed the orientation of the whole build and changed the orientation of the and this isn't going to work. This has to be hooked up to a controller. I guess I don't really need to aim up. Yeah, change the whole orientation of this thing. And I killed the other bearing too? I did. And now it works for S, but not for forward. What the hell is going on? And now it works for S, and not for forward. Now forward makes it go backwards. And now it randomly just goes really, really fast. And now it's just sitting there. Now it's just... Man... And now I'm pretty sure the bearing itself is permanently rotated, not being static. Like it's not like it's not the way that it would be in the 0 position. Like, why is it not at 0? Man. And the bearing doesn't work when you can't connect the controller twice. The problem that I'm having is that it's just consistently inconsistent behavior from the thing that it's supposed to be doing that it did the last time. So it's like, how are you supposed to figure out what it's supposed to be doing? Like, I mean, this works. And you can't have 2 controllers hooked up to the same bearing, I don't think. Can you? No. You can't. The other part that I can't figure out is it a glitch? Or is it functioning the way that it's supposed to and I'm just stupid? Like, this works, but I don't want to have to control this with the switch. I want to control it with the seat itself of going forward and backward. And now I'm stuck. And now it only works for the S key again. What is it that, and now the, wow, this is so frustrating. It's, oh my God. Ah. And what I think would even be even more frustrating is that it worked just fine the first time. It did exactly what I expected it to do and wanted it to do the first time. And it's like, when I clicked the forward button, it went forward. The other thing I'm realizing now is that part of the problem with the orientation might be because I'm not building it on the lift. And then there's that, is that you can't use the driver's seat while it's on the lift. So does that mean I just have to keep taking it on the lift and off the lift every time? So that's the 0 position, and I need it to go forward by 15 degrees, and then backward by 15 degrees. Okay, so that is working. Is it going backwards now again? And now the S button is doing, or the forward button is doing nothing. And now the S button is triggering it again. And then the bad part is when I take off the seat and try to make the seat go, if I try to reorient the seat, that means that I have to break the connection to do that. Man, I think I'm just gonna scrap this whole thing because it is just not doing what I want it to do. And I would have to fully upgrade this seat to get to the steering, to get to the bearing settings. And I don't want to spend all those components and then have it still not work anyway. And now it's stuck here at... Why? This should cancel out that, and it should reset when it's all the way done and go all the way back to 0. And yeah, it's going backward relative to the direction that I want it to go with. And now I'm clicking the forward button, and it's not going forward, but if I click the S button, now it's going up. Why is it that the S button is the thing that is triggering the controller now and not the... So I reconnected it and now it's the... Nope. Wow. So the second bearing I connect, does that hook that up to? It does not. I mean, I thought that the bearings themselves were the things that the forward and back button was supposed to be connected to, like. And again, now we're back to where I started, where the forward button makes it go forward. And it's doing this thing again. And now the air conditioner wants to go too. I gotta go turn the air conditioner down so it doesn't, and it stops as I get up to go to, oh my, no. Man. I did think of a solution though. The problem is I would have to unwire the seat, and it's probably going to go back to the inconsistent behavior where the thing that I need is I need this thing to hit the two eye sensors and have one controller to move it right and one controller to move it left, because trying to use the bearings themselves, it's just too fast. And I do have the rotational bearing here, but I need one that... I wonder if I tried to turn this using pistons. If I had an arm on the back that extended a piston. Because I've gotten that to work pretty well before. You set up two offset pistons. I mean, that's gonna make the whole rig much larger, but who cares? Like, if I just extend a block that comes off the back here, where this free rotating bearing is, and then put pistons that either move it left or move it right, depending on... And then if I steer it right or steer it left, the steering bearing is controlled by... I don't actually need these controllers. Steering bearing steers a block. Crap. That hits a sensor. Get some indicator lights here. I'm putting indicator lights to let me know that these sensors are working without trying to crane the camera around to see if this is hitting each individual sensor, so I can hear it. So I think the problem is this needs to go up by, what, 3? Let's just turn it up to 4. So they're indicator note blocks. Okay, so that works. And now the S is no longer canceling it. So I think now it's got to go through the whole progression. See, now the problem is I think that it's going to just be permanently stuck on that. Yeah, I was right. Now it's permanently stuck on that thing. So instead of 90, let's go to 45. And now it's screwed up again. Now it's the only thing that's triggering it is the S button. Crap. Now the controller is not doing what it's supposed to be doing. So, what was that? Is there a robot over here breaking my stuff? Oh no, what happened was the corn regrew, and then because it's intersecting with the arm, it automatically broke it. You know, I think that might be an automatic corn machine. You just put some blocks through where the corn is at, and it counts as it intersecting as it's getting hit. Then you just have a timer that controls a vacuum pump. Yeah, the controller trying to do this is not working. Good thing I made 4 of them. What does WSP mean? Rather than assume that I know what it means, I'd just ask. What's up? Yeah, thank you for letting me know. So, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. And I know I'm gonna need an AND gate and an XOR gate. Not sure if this is gonna work any better or not. I mean, because the controllers, I'm not sure if they're buggy or what is going on, but what I'm trying to do is attach these potato guns. I'm gonna build a frame around the seat, so you can sit in the seat here, and then it's basically a potato gun turret, and I plan on mounting it up above this thing so that I can jump in the turret and swing the turret around to use the 4X potato guns. Eventually I want to make like a grid of 9 of them, but I've only got 4 right now, so that way I can just, you know, hit stuff with 9 potatoes at a time. And I haven't yet to use a controller with the I haven't used a controller with the freaking the piston yet. Freaking air conditioner. Hold on. All right. So, pretty much you jump in here and you can turn the seat in the direction that you want to shoot the potato gun, is what I'm going for. But with the inconsistent behavior of what the controller is doing, and no indicator as to why it's doing what it's doing, when it's doing what it's doing, and everything that you do does a different thing the next time, makes it kind of hard to map out what's happening. So what I've decided to do instead was to try to use pistons. I'm going to extend an arm off this way and an arm off that way, and have pistons that extend and contract to rotate the seat, is what I'm trying to do. So that's connected to that. The 0 state should be 0. It only goes up to 7. See how this works, if this works. And it's not extending the piston. I mean, the driver's saddle, from what I understand, is supposed to activate controllers. It's supposed to activate controllers based on whether you go forward or backward. And I'm pushing backward and forward, and that's doing nothing. That's connected to an electric engine. That's a good solution. I don't know if you've ever... The other part of it is I'm trying to make it work the way that I want it to work, kind of thing, like... But I guess that you're right, a low-powered engine would probably do the same thing. but that might control the right and the left. But controlling if you aim up or down is kind of the problem. Like, so this controller is not being activated based on the seat. Like, but I've gotten it to activate before. And that's not the 0 position. It should stay in the 0, start from the 0 position. And it's not. See, like right now I'm clicking the forward button and see how it's rotating that bearing? Like I want it to be controlled with the forward and the backward. Like when I click forward, I want it to aim down, is what I want it to do. And the only way to get a static, not static, but a controlled movement of a bearing to where it doesn't just wildly spin the seat around is a controller. But so far, every time I've connected the controller, it's had weird behavior to it. And it's really, really frustrating. I don't know what is ailing this thing. Like, are those the 3 things that you need for a veggie burger? Yeah. But I do appreciate the suggestion. It's just not a bad idea. But again, the problem that I'm having with using an engine is I want like a slow, controlled movement where I'm trying to aim the seat, because where I'm looking at with the seat is where the guns are going to be looking at, you know? So like I'm sitting in the seat and the guns are mounted around me, and as I move the seat around is like wherever I'm looking is where I want the guns to be shooting. Now this piston isn't activating either. Oh, maybe that's the problem. Is the piston won't activate unless it has a... That was what the problem was, okay. Is it ignoring this first slot when I want the starting position to be at 0? That doesn't make any sense. Maybe it's because it didn't get triggered, like... See, this seems to be working. Because as I click forward, it extends the piston. Okay, I'm kind of happy with that, so let's give that a shot. And the longer the arm is, the more level of control I'm going to have over the direction of the seat. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, why you suggested the electric engine as opposed to the and I didn't know that, but thank you for confirming that. Is with the gas engine, like if you put power to something, it's just gonna go. You know, like the bearing is gonna, it's like releasing a clutch on something, like the bearing is gonna stop. But what you're saying is, with the electric engine, I can coax it to go forward, and it'll go forward and stop the bearing right where I stop it. And if I go backward, it'll go backward. I mean, that's totally worth trying. That's totally a thing that I'm willing to do. Like, so I need batteries and circuit boards. But now I know that the piston won't activate with the controller that's hooked up to the seat if it doesn't have a block on the end of it. Which, granted, I probably should have known that, but I didn't. But that's what I'm also doing, is I'm learning the way that the particulars of this particular thing that I'm trying to do is going to work. So let's take this off of here and put this on the lift. Or I could set the turning bearings to turn 180 degrees. And set the bearing lock on. But I need a level. See, that's the other thing. Is the level 5 seat is. I kind of don't want to go. And I just said that, I think, before you had came in, is I don't want to go out and farm the component kits to then end up having it not work, you know, like. When you see what I'm about to do, though, like, I'm still going to try the electric engine. Because that sounds like the solution that I might be looking for, like an easier solution than what I'm doing. But when you see what I'm about to do with this bearing here. The other thing that I was gonna do, just to say it before I do it, is crap. I just realized something. This needs to flex a little bit. So I was going to use the piston as a pusher to just push this thing. That also won't work because so hooked up to a controller? No. I can't be under it, it has to be over to the side of it. And I might be able to get away with not putting the bearing in. Yeah, with the electric engine, you need 4 of them. Yeah, that was the other part of it that I was thinking of. Like, I'm trying to do this in like the cheapest, most effective way possible, kind of thing. Like, Says still 16 blocks. Yeah. So if I put a bearing here, then a block here, then I attach the piston here. I made this world for the stream, and I don't know if there's a way to check to see how long I've been playing it for. Like, will it tell me in the menu? So I'm guessing about 62 hours. The logbook. Yeah, but I mean that gives you the in-game time. I didn't know that it did that, so thank you. I let you pick your beacons too. I didn't know that either. Man, these freaking cows are just trying to get my garden blown up. Like, cow, you need to get out of here, dude. Like, I don't want to kill the cow. Broke both of the arms off. Where did the arm go? how am I going to weld that to that and the bearing at the same time? I mean, I don't think that that's going to work, because these are going to be two separate things. Maybe I can take it off the lift and then weld this piece to that piece. I mean, I don't think it's going to allow me to weld it to itself, is the problem. So, right? Yeah. Yeah, this is the first model that does a 9x9 grid in 80. It's probably gonna hit that. Hopefully it doesn't break anything, but it's 80 garden blocks. It works pretty well. The thing that you probably would really like is the water bot here. This actually works pretty well. For as simple as it looks, it's actually relatively complicated. Like, just to take a break from that because I'm getting frustrated with it. This can harvest plant and water stuff, and you can just swap the chest out if you wanted to. I don't like to use it to plant stuff. I like to plant stuff by hand because it does occasionally waste seeds. But as far as the spinning defense thing goes, it works really well. Yeah, and that's missing an arm. You can always tell if it's missing an arm too, or if it's off balance because it will end up hitting the outside. But it's interleaved into where, like, there's not a gap between it. It's powered by 3 engines. 3 level 2 engines to save on components. It also acts as a crow's nest in case you get tape bots. And if you do die up here, your bed is up here. So that means that your bag with your potatoes for your gun will be up there too. And because it does happen occasionally, but if they do break an arm and get through and start hitting the layer of concrete on the outside, you can shoot them with the potato gun. And that's up above this is where I wanted to mount my turret. I mean, the turret is probably not going to be as effective as me just jumping up and shooting them, because if you get a bunch of tape bots, they're going to shoot out the turret anyway. But yeah, it works really well, and it's each row is 20. So like, and it's got 10, so it's got 200 total. But like, I know I can grab a stack of seeds and it'll take care of one whole row. But back to the water bot. The way the water bot works first is the wheels are powered by the controller, and I think it's a level 3 controller. And this wheel on the back powers this X that hits the sensor that goes and fires the that triggers the vacuum pumps. I added the seat so that, because there's a slight incline on the garden, so that you can't just let the bot run. And the reason that you can't let the bot run is it kind of goes off to the side down the hill a little bit, so like you can steer it, like if you miss a water block or something. And it goes the full length of the farm too, and then stops. So it's semi-automated too. The switch that controls the forward and the back is also on the front, because you set it on a garden block, and roughly about the center of the garden block. That's one way to use it, is to do it that way. And there's 2 logic gates hooked up to it. This one is an AND gate, and this one is an XOR gate. And the AND gate is so that you can toggle the on or off portion of it. So like, you can have it go forward and it won't do anything, but if you turn this on, the AND gate will power it. So like, you don't have to waste water if you miss a spot and you want to go back over it. So like, the AND gate is on now. And you can see it doing the pulses. Now the AND gate is off, so the pulse isn't going through. The XOR gate is hooked up to this switch and hooked up to the sensor. And what an XOR gate does is it makes it so if either the sensor or the switch has power to it, then it'll pass the signal through to the vacuum pumps. And the reason why you do that is when it comes time to fill up the water bot, all I have to do now is just switch all the arrows into input. Whereas before, without this logic gate setup, what I had to do was unwire every vacuum pump, all 3 of them from the sensor, and then wire all 3 of them back up to the switch. But now all I have to do is throw it in the water and hit the switch. And it does take 3 water at a time. So it dispenses water 3 times fast, it harvests 3 times fast, and it also fills 3 times fast. Like, it would still be in there for 3 times as long as that just took. Which I think this is probably my favorite part of this whole playthrough, because I've done every other thing before. Except for the turret. The turret is something new. Yeah, thank you for the compliment. I did see that. I didn't comment on it because I was babbling about other stuff at the time, but Thank you for the compliment of thinking that my farm makes you want to redo your farm. I try to build stuff around a list of criteria of the least amount of materials and the machine that does the most amount of things, and everything that I build follows the game mechanics. It's like, because you can't build around the game mechanics unless it's an exploit, and I don't like to build with exploits because exploits almost always get patched, so then you end up with a machine or something that's built on an exploit and they patch it and now your machine is busted. Same thing, that all goes all the way back to Minecraft. Like, glitch building is always a bad idea. But yeah, this is how you use it. It does 4, but that's a little glitchy, so I don't like to use it. But you put the center wheel in the center of 3 garden blocks, and then you hop on, click the go button. You see how it's not fire and water? Oh, I forgot to turn the arrows on. It's not fire and water, not fire and water, right? Until I hit the end gate. And as long as you keep the robot head on the garden block in the center of the 3 that you're trying to do, it works pretty good. And you can use the filling button as a manual with the AND gate off too. And then you just set it to the next 3, which most of this got watered, but, and it's also automatic. The suspension glitch. I don't use glitches, so I'm not really familiar with what that glitch does. And then it just happened to work out that well, I guess I changed it. I was gonna say, it just happened to work out as the thing flips over that this last row happens to be the length of my garden, and then it hits the wall and then does a wheelie. But if you set that to 0, you can just set it up and let it run, and it'll hit this endpoint and then stop. So I should probably change that. Because it looks to be right about the very edge where it stops. I'm gonna set it up so it hits those. Turn on the pump. And turn on the switch. And sit here and pick my nose. The laughing sound is probably me laughing. Perfect. And 200 blocks of water. Nicely watered. The advantage of using the swapping out the chest for an empty chest is your inventory gets real full real fast, harvesting all 200 of them. I guess I may as well show you the other machines. That's my farmer collector. You take out the top blocks, you wire it to the front of the car, and you bump the farmer into it. You put the top blocks back on, and the piston raises it up off the ground level, and you put it on the front end of my utility car here. Which I guess I should probably show you that. This thing is a trailer, which allows me to move packages, and it turns my 3-wheel trike into a 5-wheel car. So the trailer itself pushes itself along as you drive. That spinning thing is the anchor for the trailer. The front wheels turn independently opposite of the front wheel, which gives me more stability and turning radius. It's pretty hard to flip it over because it's got a suspension, and the frame that's mostly just pistons act as a suspension in and of themselves. The thruster on the back is both to help me make turns it's pretty much like a zero turn like that. But the piston, or the thruster, was initially added for the same reason that I have these goofy looking bubble blocks on the top. And that's to make it so I can just go right into the water. And it's not particularly fast. But it does float, and it does get me across the lakes. And plus it's hooked up to the seat too, so I can steer this thing. This world has the most amount of water in it than any of the worlds that I've played before. The only way I can think of to make this thing go faster is to just add another, what's this called, another, oop, drowning. This is just add another level 5 thruster in the back. And while I'm showing you stuff, this is the cow attachment. Blah 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 blah. You put a piece of corn right up here, and you attach it to the front end of the car, and you go over to a cow. The cow sees the corn, tries to get the corn, and you hit the button, and it raises it up off the ground and captures the cow. Makes it so the cow can't fall out. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, I saw your comment after I said that, but yeah, it needs to make it float. I try not to assume what is obvious because from the perspective of doing streams and having people come in of varying abilities to see obviousness, I mean, you'll have people ask you why the sun comes up every day. And not in a mean way, just as like that's just what happens, like. So I've kind of been conditioned into trying to be overly thorough in my explanations. Try not to assume that anybody knows anything, kind of thing, like. In this, there's a glitch where it only plays 6-note blocks sometimes, but maybe you can tell me what this sound is. I skipped the Spud shotgun. I got broccoli. It's just I don't have the shotgun yet. I mean, I was gonna avoid buying it, but I guess I should have it just to have it. I mean, I've got the Spudling gun here, the minigun. The Zelda secret sound. I guess my cow's despawned. You put I usually use a mechanic station as a cow pen. You can lure the cows up by putting corn, and you put the corn up here and they'll always try to get it, but they can't eat it, so they'll be up there. I guess I did finally despawn. The Spudling gun, hard to get because I'm scared to farm the stuff I need for it, because your entire farm is gonna get destroyed. Like I was saying about the game mechanics kind of thing, is just not upgraded yet. I guess I don't really need it to be any longer though, because it handles well enough. I'll just leave it. Save the component kits. What I was saying about the game mechanics is you can only do stuff based on what the game is going to allow you to do. So what that translates to is if the thing that you're doing isn't working, then you have to try something else until you find the thing that does work. And part of the reason that I'm showing you how to do stuff is the way that I do stuff is somewhat my opinion, somewhat through testing, somewhat factual. Is the way that I do stuff is pretty close to the way that it's supposed to be done, and not because of my ego and not because of me thinking that or telling myself that, but because it works. If I was wrong, then it wouldn't work, and if it didn't work, then I wouldn't do it that way. So it's not about me trying to talk myself up. You know, it works. Like this thing, this is my wood processor. Which I don't think I ever fixed that. No, part of the arm is broke off. Freaking tape bots, dude. Tape bots spawn and like start breaking my stuff. Like, see, that's not supposed to have a gap in it. Can't remember if that's right or not. No, it's not. This whole section has to be welded onto the top of the thing. Should be good now. Oops. I was wrong. Yeah, so that part needs to be welded onto there. This thing is pretty cool. Like, this raises the whole wood processing area up off the ground. Right. And you can use that to shake the trees that have branches on them. In addition to the maneuverability, this lowers this piston, and this rotates this and closes the door around the tree. So like if you have it in this mode, this saw blade contacts the ground and can chew up any stumps or any pieces of wood that happen to fall out, so you don't have to get out and do it that way. But we go chop down a tree to show you how it works. It works pretty good. It doesn't work on trees that have branches. There's a method to deal with them. Like, I'll show you the method first before I grab an easy tree, but so what you do is you put 2 blocks here and you manually chop down the tree. But then what you do is you take, because you can weld a tree, and I didn't know that. This is the other reason I have this. And then you weld the tree there, and you can close this. And you undo the block. And I have the saw blade hooked up to the engine, so when I go back and forth, and the reason that you have to get out and weld the tree stump to those 2 blocks is because the branches won't allow the doorway to won't allow the door to close on it. I also use this car after a wave is done on the garden to collect all the robot legs. So I have to sit there with the robot peeler. Oh yeah, it does the really big trees. I thought that was a normal tree, but the suspension that lifts it up and down also allows you to, it absorbs some of the shock of grabbing a big tree, so your car doesn't flip over. And that big chunk of stone on the back makes it so the tree doesn't flip you over either. And I think this thing is full. Yeah, every time it does a big tree, it usually gets full. But yeah, it's a big tree just totally gone. And I gotta eat a beet. And with the big trees, what you have to do is close the door, put the 2 blocks there, and then climb up here and weld the big tree. Because the big trees with the door extended have too much leverage on the front end, makes it so it won't close. Gotta wait for it to chew through some of these logs here. And I did make a stone machine. That was the last machine I made before this. The stone processor, you can drive it right up to a whole chunk of stone, and it'll grind the entire piece of stone to the ground. And the amount of lag that it causes from having all those individual rocks bouncing around on each other, like they look like they're sitting still, but I'm pretty sure what's happening is one bumps one, which bumps the next one, which bumps the next one, which bumps the next one, all the way to back around to bumping the first one, so you end up with like an infinite loop of like physics lag. Have I ever had a boss come for a raid? Not yet. The worst that I've gotten is 2 tape bots, and the tape bots, if we were keeping score, the tape bots have killed me more times than I've killed the amount of tape bots that I've had spawn, because that wall that I put up around the crow's nest where I've got the bed and the seat that controls the garden, I didn't know I was getting tape bots. I think it was the first time I grew pineapples and broccoli, and all of a sudden I'm like, what is that? What was, like, you know, I was standing up there and you see a piece of tape whiz by your head. I'm like, what was that? And I'm looking for what it shot me. It's like, is that a tape? Dead. I didn't even see that it had shot me the first time, because up until that point I had always just gotten the hay bots and the tote bots. No more shinies on the ground, right? This is another car that the back wheels turn opposite to the front wheels. And the way that it's balanced is it spins all of the weight around the front end, which makes it handle really well with no shocks, and makes it real easy to position the front end to grab a tree. Which I gotta find a piece of stone to test that stone grinder on. I think there's one over here, but I think there's trees in the way. Yeah. Dead. It's got branches on it, it does. Not sure if that's going to really interfere with the machine. Should be enough space to maneuver that car in here. I mean, I say should, but like it might not be. I guess if I have to, I'll just go get this car again. I like this machine a lot. So I was thinking of the way that, you know, like you can't weld stone, right? Because if I could weld stone, I would just break off the bottom of it. And I would just weld it into like a large container with this thing on the bottom, right? But you can't weld stone the way that you can weld trees. Then I was thinking of, well, maybe I could make like a conveyor that would, you know, move the things into the processing thing. Yeah, like you get the, you get broccoli seeds and you get pineapple seeds from doing a warehouse. I've done a warehouse. It's on one of the streams. The very first time I went through a warehouse was on the stream, and I had a hard time of it. The things that I learned from doing it the first time is make sure that you have a crap load of potatoes when you go in. Make sure that you have a bed on your car. Make sure your car is close but kind of far away from where the elevator is. And make sure that you have potatoes in your car to bring with you when you die, because when you die, you keep the gun. Because if you don't do any of those things, you know, you'll have to spawn at the mechanic station. The big one is making sure that you have a reserve of potatoes in your car for when you respawn. Because if you don't, then that means you have to run in and try to kill the tape bots with your hammer. Which I did end up doing that, because I didn't want to grow more potatoes because I was unsure of the respawn time. And it appears that the bots on the inside don't respawn. I don't know if it's a permanent respawn or like every bot has to be killed before they will respawn, but I have yet to see them respawn since I've been back, because I waited like a whole day or two and did other stuff with the garden and grew some pineapples and broccoli and stuff, and again, I went back and the tape bots on the outside were there, but the tape bots all the way through the 4 levels of the warehouse didn't respawn. So I was like, I wonder if they never respawn. I still don't know that yet. I mean, I could probably look it up on the wiki page, but I do most things on a semi-blind playthrough basis. Like, I'll mess with it until I hit a wall where I can't figure it out and I have to go look it up, and then I'll go look it up. Right? So, this machine. So, the next idea I had was like something similar to the way that the wood processor goes up and wraps around a tree. I was gonna make like, I was gonna make a hollow block where the 4 walls folded out around one of the it like wrapped around like a hand around where the stone was, and then the pistons, you know, extended the drill bits into the center, so like it wrapped around the whole thing. Then I'm thinking about it, and like I'm gonna have to grind this stuff anyway. I mean, I'm gonna have to, like, there's no way to pick up any of the stone that's on the ground anyhow, so what I'm gonna have to do is deal with that on the ground anyway. So then I had the idea to make that machine. And as I was about to show you how it worked, I started starving, so I think make a veggie burger here. So you reloaded your save. Yeah, I wasn't sure, so I wanted to make sure, and I didn't really have anything other to do other than attempt to do it. So I killed all the bots on the outside with the hammer because my car has a bed on it, and I parked it right outside. So still haven't eaten that burger yet. Where is the burger now? So I wanted to make sure that I could do that. So my solution was, well, what if I just brought the what if I just laid the drill unit over the top of the rock? And that's where I came up with this thing. So what this does is you just back this up to where the stone is. You hit the controller that controls the drills. And then it takes a little while, but you just lower this on top of it, and the four walls latch around the top of where the stone is, and this thing, you just hit the 2 button to raise and lower the drilling unit. And with the pistons on the back, it makes it so the back wheels don't have to contact, and I can actually drive the whole thing around just with the drill unit. And this is another car where all 4 wheels, you know, the front end turns independently of the back end with all of the weight on the front. So it can do basically 0 turning. Like if you look at that front wheel on the inside corner, it's barely moving. So it's got, so for being such a goofy looking car, it has a really high mobility because of those 4 wheels. So let's give this a shot here. That whole mountain is gone. Yeah, it works. It works pretty good. The whole thing is gone. A really small car that does it and makes it work. Yeah. I mean, the problem with this is it does have a tendency to create lag. But not because anything is broken or not functioning properly, but because there's just so many entities that get spawned. Like, I don't think that they expected anybody to destroy a whole mountain all at once. Like, the solution that I've found is that once you have collectible stuff, you don't have to process the whole everything before you collect it, and it removes the entities that are causing the lag, or some of them at least. Like, but yeah, I'm really happy with it. Try not to do the creepy laugh thing, but it makes me very pleased. Is it full? Yeah, oh, it's pretty close to full. The hill is kind of making it difficult, but the pistons on the back, they really help with the pistons also act as their own suspension for the difference in the difference in the terrain. The other thing that helps is having a bearing hooked up to a piston makes it so the grinding wheel itself, so the drill head wheel itself, also flexes with the terrain. And I'm just letting that chew through some stuff before I go and try to pick more stuff up. And the not removable bushes need to go. Like the stuff that you can't see around. No, I play a bunch of games. Right now I've got videos for Oblivion, Scrap Mechanic, Terraria, Minecraft. I play a lot of Team Fortress 2. I have a few Fortnite videos. I think I've got 2 of those. I think at some point, somewhere in there, I don't have a playlist for it or anything, but I have played Quake Live a little bit on stream. I should be able to remember, but I kind of can't remember. Stone is going to take a while no matter how you do it. So there's not much sense in trying to be in a hurry to do it. Like, it's just the limitation of the game mechanics. You can't make it go any faster than this. And then trying to drive the whole rig around to hit the handful of pieces that you missed, like these pieces, especially when it's on a hill in trees, it's just easier to break the last remaining few. I'm trying to think if there's other games that I've played on stream so far. But on my home page, since I have a ton of videos, I've got almost like 500 different videos. But I did make them into playlists to kind of isolate like the playthroughs and the different games and stuff. I think that's everything. The Moo Moo. You always wanted to play it, but you might not like it. I mean, well, it's a risk that you run with any game, but I highly recommend Terraria. It's a lot of fun. It's kind of like it's a mix between a survival world, a building game, and a little bit of a bullet hell game. Like, some of the bosses can be like dealing with a bullet hell game. But it's a lot of fun. For a second there, I thought that my door got messed up, but no. The gaps are on purpose. Because the door will scrub on blocks that are up against blocks. Because it means it when it says that it's square. Did I get that welded properly? No. It's gonna let me weld it now? No, it won't even let me weld anything. It's welded to that. And I can't weld 2 blocks at the same time. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. Because I had the same problem with the door on there as crap. I mean, that would have to flex in itself. Like, I would need a piston here to flex with the raising and the lowering of this. I mean, I guess the alternative would be is if I put a block that's long enough to, yeah, that would work. And I don't have to weld it. Yeah, I think that'll work. I mean, it's a little weird, but I don't think I'm going to be able to weld the second thing anyway. No, that works great. Except for that part. Yeah, that works great, except for the part where it didn't. You know, that part. That's okay. If I put like a thing that... I don't think I'm going to be able to get that thing back up there. I will if I remove some of the weight and hit it, though. Oh no, the seat is stuck. Crap. The doo-doo. I know that's a really weird solution, but it saves me from having to make 4 more, This is like some old school machine right there, like. Onion. And now it shouldn't, so if I hit the forward button, it activates the controller, which extends the piston, and it stays, well, it doesn't stay where I want it to stay, which kind of, that's a little frustrating, but I wonder if I change this to, but it does account for the not having to have a piston here. That works. I'm pretty happy with that. Let's see what it looks like from the thing here. That works great. I can only have it at one angle. Well, I mean, the angle that you have to worry about is the downward angle from however high up you are. So like, if I position it on top of the crow's nest, it can, like if I drew a triangle from here to here to here, the angle that you have to worry about is only high enough to shoot the robots that are at the wall. All right. So like if I put it up here, I only have to worry about, it's almost a 45-degree angle is kind of what it looks like. So I didn't want the whole seat to rotate around this whole axis. Like I didn't want to do like loop-de-loops. And I only need to have it, the other part is I need to have this whole rig go in a 360. So what I was going to do is, it's either I make the whole machine move, which I'm probably going to have to do that. I'm probably going to have to resituate this circuitry. But this whole thing is going to rotate around, because if the C rotated around, which that's going to be a problem, if the guns rotate around there, I mean, it's going to hit this stuff over here. So this whole mechanism is going to have to be centered. I'm going to have to remove that bearing. Crap. So this whole rig is gonna, this is gonna be the back end, and the seat is gonna stay situated to this. So from here, this whole thing is gonna rotate. So the next thing that I wanted to do to try would be make each one of these go up by a step. Because I think you can do, yeah, that works. And then I wonder if it's going to stop on the steps. So it'll go up to 7 and then stop from 7. And I'm not really sure if I'm articulating it properly. I mean, I know I could probably do a better job articulating what I'm about to say, but when you first came in the stream and I was trying to describe how I was accomplishing stuff, like, do you kind of see what I mean now about how I kind of want to find a way that works the way that I want it to work? You know what I mean? Like, it's difficult to describe because I'm not going for something unique, because it's a little more complicated than just a unique solution. Like, the problem is that you can only have one angle. Oh, but I said that. Do the spinning things on your farm damage the bots? Oh, you know, it kills them. I mean, the momentum from them coming into contact with it when it's spinning fast, it will kill them. I mean, I'll do a farm if you want. I mean, I don't want to have a farm going when I'm trying to mess with this thing, but I'm pretty certain that I'm pretty close to having this function the way that I want it to function. But the spinning arms do kill the robots. It's freaking cows, dude. The cows get stuck in the arms, and then any robots that are close enough to see the cows come over and try to get the cows and then break the arms off. But what happens, the downside is, if a bunch of robots rush into the arms and it slows them down just enough to where it bumps them but it doesn't kill them, then all of the other robots are going to run in that same hole. Like, if that arm, and if it's with it being slow enough, they'll start to hit whatever they're closest to, and they'll actually break the arm off during the wave, which is why I sit up here in the crow's nest with the gun. But if they do get through, this is concrete and not stone. And concrete is the easiest thing to farm, to make, to craft, that has the highest durability without it being like too high across any of those criteria. Like, so where's my bearing here? Get my seat out. And I might experience some weirdness with the controller again. Nope, it seems to be working. And see, now it stops where I want it to stop because it goes through the steps. It's a little bit too slow though. Yeah, this works. I'm happy with that. And it'll stay at that position until... I mean, can I bring it up higher? Bring it up by 9. That should be enough. Be totally aimed down. And then with it being in the 0 position, like, I'm not going to be shooting any robots that are on the same level as up high as I got it, so... I'm quite pleased with this. Yes. Yes. The onion. Oh, crap. The doo-doo. That works perfectly. You're a broccoli. Yes. Now, should I move this over? I mean, probably. Crap, I did it again. Let's trim this one block and did. Thankfully, Scrap Mechanic isn't one of those games where the enemies are way too hard to fight. I mean, their scaling isn't as smooth as I would like it to be, but you're not wrong. I mean, I do agree, like, a good, like, 90% with what you said. The 10% is the scaling in that, like, tape bots. It only takes 2 shots to kill you. And there's so many tape bots in the warehouse that it's like, if you get caught unaware and there's 3 tape bots and they all shoot you at the same time, you're dead. Or even if there's 2 tape bots. And then there's the bomb bots. They're super unfair. Like, they blow up the ground underneath you and it stuns you. So even though it doesn't kill you, you're stunned for longer than it takes for them to run over and blow you up. I mean, I got that on video. I forget what stream it is, but I mean, you're like 95% correct. I agree with you 95%. The scaling could use a little bit of work, or even if they added like some type of craftable armor or something to reduce the amount of damage that tape bots do. But I mean, the game is still kind of being developed, so they might end up adding something like that. They might end up changing the scaling. I think in the next update that they're releasing, they're adding a bunch of different bots that do different stuff. And that was on the update page on Steam that I just looked at. I didn't read too much into it. Not because I'm not interested in it, but because I don't want to spoil it for myself. Yeah, it's better. The onion. So now I gotta rotate this whole rig around where the seat is at. So that means I'm gonna have to extend this down to here. That's gonna cause a problem because I can't have it rotate around that. It's gotta come. I mean, I guess if I did that and moved. Where's the bearing at? If I make it rotate around this block instead. I mean, whatever they used to do, they do 55 damage now. And since you only have 100 health, 55 and 55 is 110, so that's 2 shots. You get shot once and you're at less than half health, you're at 50, you're at 45 HP, so the next shot is going to kill you. So now, if I make the bearing that it rotates around here, yeah, I gotta be right back for a second. I gotta pee. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be right back. The meow meow. Meow 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 meow. Kitty cat. The kitty cat. Meow meow. How am I gonna do this? Don't think I can get to weld. Ah, I can. Cool. Okay. I can't tell you if I'm going to be able to do that this stream or not, because I have no idea if the next thing that I'm going to try to get this to rotate is going to work or not. But the thing that I'm planning on doing is, the next part is, you see how this has activated that thing's activating that thing. Well, what these are going to do is, the same way that this piston pushes this block, is I want to extend well, the problem with that, I might have to use a controller to do that. I was going to use a piston to rotate this thing like that. And I can't use two controllers opposite each other, because if I did, then crap. And I kind of wanted to stop where I want it to stop at. But what you said about but the problem with the engine is the engine hooks up to the forward and backward thing. And the piston that I would have to push it in 360 degrees so it would rotate. And I don't think you can hook an engine up to a bearing and have it go in an opposite direction. Like, I don't think there's a reverse. You know what I could do is, if I use two engines and have one hooked up to one bearing, and when I activate the one button, activate the one sensor, it activates the one engine. But I didn't want to have to put batteries in it, because then I'll have to make a glow bug farm, but that's not really that big a deal. Let me make another electric engine here. And I'm out of component kits. Perpetually out of component kits. Circuit boards. Just turning into my parts box. To turn with the electric engine is, you have to have two buttons and the two bearings for turning. You hook each one up to each bearing. Yeah, that is what I was gonna do. But thank you for confirming that that's the way that I Should have done it. One goes one way and the other one goes the other way. I'm pretty sure. And it's for my substitution for the buttons is I was gonna hook, instead of buttons, I was gonna hook it up to these sensors, because when I turn this way or that way, the sensors correspond to whichever way that I turn, so I don't actually have to use buttons. Like, the only button that I want to have on this thing is the fire button. So I do have to add a second bearing here. But before I do that, I'm gonna go get some oops. I gotta go get more component kits. Thankfully, by the time I need component kits, this building is usually respawned. Freaking potato peeler of doom. Blah, 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 blah. Should need 2 more. Yeah. But just so the whole building respawns, I like to do the whole building. Is it? And usually by the time I need more, all the crates and everything is usually back. Now, is this their body, or is this their leg? I mean, it can't be their leg because their legs are short. I've been calling them robot legs. So calling them robot bodies seems kind of weird, like, but they are, I guess they are the robot body. But they don't really resemble the robot body itself, other than the color and the texture. Like, it's not, I don't think it's the same model, I don't think. No, it's not the same model. No, I guess you're right. I guess this is the part. No, I guess it is their spine. It's just in the whole time that I've played, I kind of wasn't really looking for that comparison until just now. Like, you know, I was usually hitting them with a hammer or shooting them before they got to me to really, like, really make sure. But no, I think it is just their spine. And I think you're right. Yeah, but that's even creepier than a robot body. I almost got it. Yeah, I got 12 of them. Nice. Crap. Yeah, if I could drive. Ow. The Moo. Yeah, I didn't really want to use batteries. I didn't want to use any fuel for the. That was part of the challenge, I guess, of trying to make this with controllers and pistons and stuff. But the problem is the controllers are too inconsistent, and the controllers only activate from either going forward or backward off the seat. And I don't want to have buttons on the seat except for the fire button. So yeah, I mean, there's not really much I can do about that, so I'm gonna have to use the 2 electric engines. Hopefully, a level 1 electric engine is enough to move this stuff. And I don't think I have enough stuff to make the. I've got circuit boards, cool. Well, let me place the other one right side up on top of that thing. I guess it will not. I feel like I'm getting trolled by this thing. It won't turn it the way that I want it to turn. Two hours later. That works great. Yes. I haven't made the dress bot. I mean, I'm somewhat less concerned with aesthetics than I am with just getting stuff to work. Like, form follows function to me is its own aesthetic. I didn't know that about electric engines though. But this works great. I didn't know that they just stopped wherever you stopped them at. So, kind of hitting a space constraint here. So let's go over here and test this over here. Oh crap. Oops. Oh no. 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 I should have just switched the bearings. Why didn't I? Why? Now what do I do? Crap. I should have just switched the bearings around. So it's this one? Yeah. This works great. It would be nice if it rotated your character with the, I mean, I know there's an option, the camera mode, free camera. I don't know if I want to keep this like this because I'm used to the free camera. But in order to, well, see, even that doesn't work. Tab can change it. Well, my tab button opens my inventory, so I'm not sure what the original control for tab was. Primary, logbook, rotation, lift up, force build, reload, miscellaneous, reset. Is there a camera button? Hmm. I don't see anything. When I'm in the seat, press control. Oh, it's the control button. Okay. There's not even a button that, but see, the thing that is getting me is I'm able to look around while I'm in the seat. And I wanted this, see how the whole thing is rotating around me, like. Thank you for telling me about the electric engines. I didn't realize that they did what I wanted them to do. But they were great. They were totally great. It's freaking awesome. Okay. Cool. Now, how am I going to attach the guns to this? I mean, it's either I unwire everything and move it off to the side to add more space to put guns on both of the sides, or I start from this side and go up and over and put the guns facing. So I kind of need a gun right above where my head is at. A wooden pillar in front of the seat. You know, that's a really good idea. That's a really good idea. I guess I can even use that as the crosshairs too. That is an excellent idea. I'm glad I thought of it. Oh, crap. Now the next question is, do I need an ammo box for every one of these? I don't want to put the ammo box in that thing. I don't want to put it upside down, but should I put it on this thing? I mean, I don't think it's gonna hurt anything if I do. Banana. Yes. The thing that I'm not sure of is this configuration is kind of inaccurate. I should probably do like a 2x2 kind of setup. Something closer to that, like. This is so cool. This is probably the coolest thing since the water bot. This is freaking awesome. Yeah. You know, that's a really even cooler idea. You put a bearing on it and like I mean, how would I power that though? I mean, I guess I could power it with a controller. Yeah, I mean, I may as well. I have the controllers, I have the parts to do it. This is freaking awesome. This is the coolest thing that I've built so far. Thank you for the help. That's too low. You gonna hit the thing? I'm out of potatoes. Yeah, that's a really cool idea. Is having it rotate. I mean, part of me doesn't like the idea that it rotates because it's slightly inaccurate that way, but I mean, it's too cool not to do it that way, like. Hook it up to a controller. Gotta update or upgrade that piston. Probably gonna have to update the controller. Dead switches, yeah. Get a bearing. I want to have it rotate independent of the set it up in an X. I would need another one to set it up in an X. I gotta farm the stuff to build it like that. Well, I guess I could just save the center one from doing that. Yeah, that's really freaking cool. Put a sensor on each spud gun so that it detects the wooden pillar in front of the seat. Yeah, I mean, as far as that goes, like, I kind of want them all to fire all at once. Because as far as I can tell, the spud gun, or the spud cannon, doesn't do more damage, or doesn't do more damage than the regular thing does. And so since it does the same amount of damage as the regular gun does, the only way to get it to do more damage is to make it so so you have more of them. The more guns you have, the more damage it does, kind of thing. I mean, I may as well rotate this too so I can actually see the ammo, because it's kind of like a readout over there. That's so cool. I mean, it spins slowly, but I mean, I guess I could hook an engine up to it, but I don't really want to use more gas or more stuff to do that. But I mean, I guess I could. just so it spins really stupid fast. I'm pretty sure I've got a spare gas tank over here. No, that's hooked up to my car. I know what you're talking about with the sensor, but like what I said is I want this to do damage. The spinning part and as it fires each one as it goes in front of the sensor is cool, but like I want this to do damage to the robots, like serious amounts of damage. And the other thing I thought of is, now that I've got the mechanism built, I'm gonna have to put a housing around it, so it's kind of like a pillbox. Oh, we got an issue here. Is it gonna fix itself? No. Can I hit it? I think that happened when I hit it with the, I'm gonna have to re-weld it. It's when I ran into it with the, what's this called? But when I re-weld it, it should be fine. Yeah. It's when I ran into it with the lift. The freaking ammo box turns too, that's funny. Yeah, I was looking at that when I was looking at it sideways. But the problem is where I've got the anchor at, where that bearing is, where the weight is at, it goes past where that is, so it starts where that anchor is. I mean, it should be fine for right now. I think that only happened because of what I did with the because I ran it into the lift. Yeah, thank you for hanging out, and thank you for telling me about the things that you've helped me with. That's pretty cool. I mean, the especially the electric engine. I didn't know that it functioned differently than the regular engine did. That it starts and stops as you want it to start and stop, and that's freaking awesome. Like, and then the idea with the spinning thing. I mean, the spinning thing might make it inaccurate, but it's cool. I mean, it's gonna look cool, so it's one of the few times that I'll sacrifice coolness factor for like function, like. But that's totally awesome. I mean, sorry I didn't want to go with the idea of the what's it called? Let me peel this controller off. Then I didn't go with the idea of the minigun thing. Alright, I'm gonna have to rewire this. No, it should be fine, okay. Yep, thank you again, and hopefully I see you in the stream again. Yeah, I'm real happy with this. This is the coolest thing that I've built since the freaking bread slicer. Since the water bot. Alright, I gotta turn on the engine. I think it's done. Did I run it into the lift again? What did I run it into this time? Yeah, that's cool. I'm so pleased with this. And I had no idea that the freaking the what's this called worked like that. So how am I gonna do the frame on this thing? Thing that I should probably do. So here's my bearings. The thing that I really should probably do is reinforce this with a wall that goes around this thing. Shouldn't hit anything. Just so they don't hit that one block and knock the whole thing out. Then I can add that more to that thing there. They just have another idea because it kind of falls a little bit too slowly. I mean, I guess I could put like a hook that starts from here and then goes out and around. So that way it pulls it. I like having the different stages in it. It works a little better. Yeah, because then I could just cycle through the. Just make it a little slower. Yeah, it's freaking cool. The tape bot manages to hit the one pillar and take the whole thing out, like, which I wouldn't put it past the tape bot of having that kind of luck.
That's so cool. That way it'll take at least 2 shots. Hey, what's up, bruh, gaming? How's it going? Crap. I just made a variable angle and rotatable turret for my garden. Oops. I'm sorry if I was a little late on the I have a brain fart on the reply to chat, but didn't notice anybody was here. Yeah, it should work. This spinning doesn't really do anything but look cool. So let me put a bed in here. Should be enough space for the bed. It's not gonna hit anything. But I'm so happy with it. It's so freaking cool. And the bed should be the easy way to get up to the thing. So if I just put a hole here for the bed, we'll load up with potatoes. Might actually have to grow some potatoes. Put all my components on the wall. Moo. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I added too much weight. And now it doesn't spin as fast as it did. Oops, we got stuck. I mean, I don't really need this stuff.
I think I made it so it doesn't. No, it works cool. It's kind of got a little bit too much weight toward the back end. Crap. I think I just broke the whole thing. No, I got lucky. Because this bed does need to be shielded from tape bots. I mean, keeps popping up in my head the idea of something out of World War II. I mean, I don't know anything about World War II, which is weird that I would think that, but yeah, I'm gonna have to build a glow bug farm. Get glow to make batteries. Yeah, that makes me very happy. And it looks like it reduced some of the weight on it. Which, I don't really need these bottom pieces. Not really. And the coolest part about it is the angle that you shoot at is controlled by going forward or going backward. With your, you know, the driving forward or driving backward thing. So the only switch that I have to have on it, like have to have on it, is the switch that, and since this whole thing is connected, I should be able to fill in this hole here. Hope I don't bust in it. I'm gonna break something if I do that. Let's say this rock is a robot. You gotta put some gas in there. The other cool part about it is the only thing that I have to add in the future is just add more guns to it and have a spinning thing of 9, which I wanted, so it shoots 9 potatoes all at once. You're a broccoli. Now to attach it to the farm. And I'm not sure if I should just remove this. I still kind of want to have a manual crow's nest that I use. And the other thing is, I'm not sure that it's going to be aimed down far enough with the where the farm is at. Well, I guess let's try it. Get out of here, cow. Not being mean to the cow. The cow will hang around by the farm, and then robots will come to try to kill the cow, and then the robots will beat up my farm. So, where is my bearing here? Not sure, but let's take all this off. Crap. Crap. Yeah, it needs to come up just a few more blocks. Yeah, I kind of don't like that. It throws me off the front every time. So I guess what I'm gonna have to do is add a bunch of blocks on the front so that it bounces me off. Oh, good. This is gonna shoot me up to the top every time. That works. Keeps me from shooting off the edge every time. But is that gonna cause a problem? It is. It's a little bit too much weight on the front now. Crap. Oops. Yeah, I'm pleased with it. I think it's pretty cool. I gotta add more stone to this back end though. I mean, yeah, it's not gonna hit anything. Yeah, that's really cool. Turret defense system. I hear a robot somewhere. I wonder if I can hit that robot. Just hitting something? Oh, it's the bearing that's nice. First kill. Yeah, I got to I do have to add. Nice, I got the first kill. It's not as good as, you know, just running around in the turret and shooting them, but it's not really about that so much as just having it and just having built it. And I got a kill on it. This makes me so happy. Like, I'm gonna have to get a freaking, gonna have to make a glow farm. And I need component kits. I don't know if I have any over there. I do not. Yeah, the bed might end up being a permanent fixture there. The other thing I gotta check is, wow, I've been going for 5 hours, holy crap. I think I'm gonna call it a stream here because I got this thing done. And yeah. So I gotta upgrade that piston is the next thing that I gotta do. I got pretty lucky. I mean, that's right about centered in the whole thing. But yeah, I'm calling it a stream. This thing isn't really fast, which means I'll have to start the the system before I'll have to get the thing pointed all the way down before I start the before the wave starts. But the real problem areas are like right here, right here. And it's less about its effectiveness than it is about just having successfully built one. And I hardly ever prioritize coolness or aesthetics over function. But it does work too, so I mean, there is that. But yeah, I gotta call it a stream here. I didn't realize I had gone for 5 hours. Completely lose track of time, and yet playing an hour on a few bad maps of TF2 makes you... It's like freaking, like pulling teeth compared to having fun. And yet I still love to play TF2. Like, but thank you for watching, and thank you for subscribing. I'm clicking the button right now.